All right. Welcome to part two, or not part two, excuse me, part six of my video. It's like, oh man, we got to start all over again. Part six. This will be the last and final part. I'm going to finish off my rebuttals and his rebuttals, and then I'm going to jump in my closing argument, and then that'll be it. All right. On the radiocarbon pros, I don't trust rotocarbon over 2,000 years. I already talked about this. I'm not gonna focus too much on this, but my main point on the this is that it doesn't hurt my raw argument to reconstruct the Quran past the Uthmanic revision. You would need many manuscripts to compare and contrast in order to reconstruct it. You don't need just a couple, you need a lot. It is impossible to get past the Uthmanic revision because we don't have the manuscript support, because they burned all the manuscripts. A controlling authority did this. It doesn't, again, revision, you need many manuscripts to contrast or to reconstruct it. All you have is a few. This will not be enough to reconstruct it. Therefore, you cannot get past the Uthmanic revision, since the Caliph Uthman and the Islamic State burned all the other copies. I am not just stating it is my opinion cannot get past. I'm saying it is physically impossible. I never said nobody wasn't an authority. I said that he wasn't an authority on textual criticism, nor paleography, in other words. What I want to know is, does he have academic authority to speak on this topic matter? To put it in another way, does he have academic credentials to know what he is talking about? He doesn't seem to have these. These was my point. Yes, Kurt Aland does have a degree in textual criticism. This is the reason that scholars cite him in these particular fields. You said, yeah, but he spoke on topic of paleography. Okay, people speak in fields on topics outside their area of expertise, but this doesn't mean that I'm going to quote him on paleography. When people cite Kurt Aland, as near as I can tell, it is always on the subject of textual criticism, not on paleography. The point is still the same. I want to know if my source's information is reliable. Either way, even if you can find some that try to take such a late date with P52, it is the evidence that matters, and P52 should be dated no later than AD 125 based on the evidence, and no earlier than somewhere close to AD 100, because this is the earliest you can date it with the evidence. If you take the position that the PP2 fragment should be dated to 8150, then you've taken that position that almost no one else takes, including non-Christian scholars. It is not supported by evidence, and it seems more presuppositional than evidential. By the way, there are degrees on it. I found some talking about paleography, I found some masters and even some PhDs in the field of paleography. However, if nobody had even a degree in text criticism, I would accept that. Now, I think he does target text criticism, says, well, yeah, but Carlin, or it will say like Philip Comfort, you cite Philip Comfort, he don't have a degree in paleography. No, but he has a degree in text criticism. And text criticism, like I said already, text criticism and paleography overlap one another because they both deal with manuscripts and dating of manuscripts. So even if he had a degree in text criticism, I would still look at that. All right, doesn't make them right, of course. I just want to make sure that my sources know what they're talking about. All right, Jesus was viewed as both prophet and divine, even by his early scholars. However, as far as Muhammad, my point was that you claimed that I believe that Jesus was the Son of God because he resurrected from the dead. This wasn't the case, but even if it was, Muhammad was neither viewed as the Son of God, nor was he claimed to have been risen from the dead. I think you're claiming that because the resurrection was a miracle, and because you think the only reason that I believe that Jesus was the Son of God is because of miracle, and you think the only reason that I believe that Jesus was the Son of God is because of a miracle, and since you claim that Muhammad did miracles, therefore I must believe Muhammad. However, Muhammad didn't do miracles. The Quran, which contains very few miracles, was dictated to some of his earliest followers as his best reciters to remember the stories from the Quran that Muhammad had told them. There was no eyewitnesses to any of these miracles, in spite of your insistence that there was. The Gospels are based upon eyewitness testimony. Mark got his information directly from Peter. This is referenced by Papias and Irenaeus and strongly implied by Justin Martyr in his dialogue with Trypho. And I said Justin calls the Gospel of Mark the Memoirs of Peter. However, even if we didn't have evidence of this, even if you had evidence that the Quran's miracles were based upon eyewitness testimony, your argument still wouldn't work. Jesus' resurrection isn't like turning water into wine or walking on water. By the power of God, he returned from the dead. So again, did Muhammad claim divinity or prophesy of his resurrection? No. Did his earliest followers or even later followers claim he rose from the dead? No. There really is no comparison here. Trying to make a connection causes you to be guilty of false analogy fallacy because you're making a false comparison. It is a type of miracle Jesus did here that sets it apart. You can always naturally explain away the moon splitting thing, but it is hard to naturally explain away a man who rose from the dead. Trust me, skeptics have been trying to for 2,000 years. These theories have so many holes in it, most skeptics have largely abandoned them and refuse to adopt a single one of them today. If you ask Matt Dillahunty for an explanation about what happened in the first century, he will not give you one. He'll say he doesn't know. Responding to more miracle arguments, if you don't consider bias to a factor, exactly would you evaluate a source? I am doubting whether or not some statements originate with Jesus. Whether how do you know the statements that originate with Jesus is true in the reflective eye? How does that affirming the consequence? Does not affirm the consequence. I said, I never said that they ever consider bias a factor. I already mentioned this. One could, I'll go ahead and repeat this because he tries to target this later and thinks it's proving his point. It's not. One could use bias to figure out where a person is coming from. If the person is biased, this can cause a lean on what conclusions they accept. Now, this is what bias can do for a person, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that they're not going to be objective because they have that lean. For example, I have a bias to Jesus' resurrection. Therefore, my lean is toward that conclusion because it's the foundational doctrine of Christianity. But would this make my information incorrect? If I'm looking at this like a historian and I'm looking at historical data and I've got these facts, I usually use a case about 7 facts is what I usually use, going from fact 1 all the way to fact 7. And none of these facts are miraculous in their nature. They're not, on their own, they're not miraculous at all. They're just normal stuff that could be accessed by the historian. They're not theologically originating. And I've got these facts, and I got this evidence, and I got this data, and almost all scholars will agree on most of it, and the rest of it that's a little bit more disputed will be most scholars would agree on. Most scholars, meaning probably above 90%, or, in case of the MT2, maybe 75, 80, 85%, somewhere in there. But we have these facts and we have strong evidence behind them that most critics regard as accurate. They're not miraculous in nature, but they ultimately, when they're put together, they lead to the conclusion that Jesus rose again from the dead. Now, even though I have that bias, I have these facts and this evidence as well. Just because I have that lean does not necessarily mean that I cannot be objective in some sense, in some degree of objectivity, or put checks on my biases. I could have those checks on my biases, but a bias can cause certain kinds of leans. Now, it all depends on what kind of person you're dealing with. Some people are far more subjective to their bias than others. With me, the way I am, I got my biases, but I am very conscientious about second guessing myself, doubting, questioning things. That's the way I am as a person. Now, some people are very global. They're willing to accept anything that agrees with the way they think and that sort of thing. It just depends on the person. They might I can have a lean on my bias, but still maintain some level of objectivity. whereas other people might not have that same level of objectivity and so forth. So it varies. But what he's arguing is that it makes it unreliable. You can't trust the information if they're biased. Again, it's a self-refuting argument. What makes I want to trust him about what he says about bias? But he thinks I'm making his point for him, but I'm not. Lean on what conclusion they accept, what evidence they accept. I have seen people take some weak evidence to support conclusions they have already agreed with, or they already agree with, and what they believe. Again, I'm not supporting his viewpoint. I'm just simply stating that there are, depending on the person, there are people that do that, and bias can cause those leans. And it's important for us to understand where they're coming from. And I do acknowledge it as a factor. I'm not saying it's completely irrelevant. I'm saying that being biased doesn't make a source unreliable. It doesn't mean they're wrong, doesn't mean they're lying, and it doesn't make them unreliable. And he's arguing it makes them unreliable. Originally, he was arguing that it makes them lying and inaccurate information, and then he changed it to unreliability, but that doesn't work either. But he thinks I'm supporting his idea. No, I'm not. I'm just saying it is a factor, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's an overruling factor. It's the point that I'm making and the point that he's missing. What I am saying is that bias, I say it right here too, which by the way, he takes me out of context. He quotes this part of it and forgets this part right here. He does it on the next rebuttal. What am I saying is that bias isn't an overruling factor that guarantees that they lied or have inaccurate information, even though being unreliable, since that's what he's trying to argue. It says, take Irenaeus. He was the first of all four gospel writers to pour all four authorships. He claims that he got his information from Polycarp. He could be lying, wrong, or is getting his information from inaccurate sources. Polycarp could have lied to him. How would you know? Well, if you say he's biased, therefore we can't trust him, then does this mean you're accusing him of lying? The bias wouldn't make his information false. However, Polycarp could be lying or inaccurate, but we have multiple sources telling us that Polycarp was a disciple of John the Apostle. His source wasn't inaccurate. Well, what about lying? He could have lied to Irenaeus. Yes, he could have, but the mere possibility of lying doesn't prove one lying. Since most people usually don't lie, especially if they think they're right, and because the historical method usually gives benefit of the doubt to the source, and because the burden of proof is on the one making the assertion to accuse a source, writer, etc. of lying, you need evidence that they were lying. Well, what evidence do we have that Polycarp would make up a story about the Apostle John had told him? There isn't any. What evidence do we have that Irenaeus would make up a story of where he got his information? There isn't any. That's my point. How do you know Jesus' words are true? I go into this. I said there's several ways looking at this. I usually look at this as a historian conversation made by ancient sources. And I go in there and talk about knowing the gist of what someone says and things like that. I'm going to skip over all that. I think you are confusing about affirming the consequence. I mentioned this already. I had referenced that CMB proving the Big Bang, not reference to what Jesus said, did from the consequence, a formal fallacy where you affirm the consequence is true, but not the antecedent, is like arguing coleslaw makes me sick. I am sick, therefore I have eaten coleslaw. It's an invalid argument, in other words, when in fact other things can make me sick. That's what I was arguing there. He takes this reference out of context too in his next rebuttal and says, how dare you say I said, prove it, you're straw manning me. No, I was saying this in context because you referenced affirming the consequence in this passage, which was completely irrelevant because I never even mentioned affirming the consequence in this particular post you're responding to. I mentioned it in reference to the Big Bang. But you took me out of context because I was trying to refer back to what I was referring there, to me out of context and say I'm strawmanning you when I wasn't strawmanning you. You misrepresented what I said. Proving the consequence doesn't prove the antecedent. The fallacy renders the conclusion invalid. It doesn't follow from the premise. The CMB I had referenced had to do with the fact that other things can cause microwaves. In fact, anything bringing the universe into being and dispersing energy into the universe would ultimately cause microwaves. However, the point was the fact that the CMB exists doesn't prove the Big Bang is true, or even could be used to prove evidence for it. We just don't know what caused the CMB. That includes support, whatever you want to say, because he says support, which I don't see what's the difference between support and evidence. He says he doesn't want to say it's evidence for it. He just wants to say it supports it. In what way? How is it supported and it's not considered evidence? Usually when you say something supports something, you're referencing it as evidence. And people who are Big Bangers usually represent as evidence. So I don't understand why he's making that distinction, but that's what he does. I think he doesn't want to cross hairs with his epistemology, which he doesn't think anything can be proven in absolute terms. Okay, let's go skip all of this. Let's talk about, this is what he said. I am comparing claims made by respective central figures of two religions. Okay, we read all that. Yeah, but the problem is that the Quran does not meet that criterion. Consider this: the resurrection was reported early. You said the Quran dates 40 years of Muhammad's lifetime. I'm still very skeptical of that. The resurrection creed, 1 Corinthians 15:3-8, is dated to within 5 years of Jesus' lifetime. Most scholars say within a few years, given the fact that a creed originated among the Jews in Aramaic would have originally formulated, and the time it took to pass on and translated in Greek, estimated between 2 to 3 years. And this is the earliest we can date the creed within reason. Although some scholars have dated this creed within a year or even within months of the crucifixion. Either way, of this creed dates to within a few years of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection. That means its proclamation is very, very early. The reason that we know the creed to within 5 years of Jesus' crucifixion is that Paul says in Galatians 1 that he had a meeting with Peter and James to excuse me, I lost my place. Galatians 1 is clearly about the gospel. The reason that this creed dates to within 5 years of Jesus' crucifixion is that Paul says in Galatians 1 that he had a meeting only with Peter and James within 3 years of his conversion. He used the Greek word hysteresis, which is a word in Greek that is only used whenever you are checking out the facts. The context of Galatians 1 clearly about the gospel, the message, not the biographers. For Paul, the gospel was death, deity, and resurrection. In 1 Corinthians 15, Paul identifies specifically Peter and James in the creed. Ancient creeds rarely use names like that. Most of the creeds, in fact, with a summary of eyewitnesses, this is clearly a hint of where Paul is getting in the creed. After he presents the creed, he says, whether it was I or they, so we preach, so you believe. Who is the they? It's known as the antecedent. They in this verse, either the disciples or the rest of the eyewitnesses within the creed. How did Paul know that he and the eyewitnesses were all on the same page? Because he had checked out his information previously. We know this creed did not originate with Paul because he used the scribal words pass on and receive, which were always used to pass on holy traditions. The creed has non-Pauline words and terms like 12, which was an early title for the disciples. And according to the scriptures, a phrase that Paul never uses, according to scriptures, a phrase that Paul never uses. It also uses Peter's Aramaic name, Cephas. Any later creed would have used Peter's Greek name, Petros, which is Peter in English. All this together indicates that we have an eyewitness account within a few years of the event, and that we can trace it directly or indirectly back to the Jesus followers. I should put Jesus' earliest followers, and that almost all scholars, Christian and non-Christian, accept. Islam's alleged miracle claims do not compare with this. The problem is, and you had this issue with from the start, you keep thinking that Jesus' resurrection wasn't in existence until the Gospels. but in fact started much closer to the events, and that to the fact that we can trace this proclamation back to the very lips of the disciples, and there really is no comparison. The resurrection of Jesus wins. And Jesus didn't split the moon. I'm quoting him. Neither did his followers, claiming, so what? Your criteria of other claims was just what Jesus did. What kind of nonsense criteria is that? In fact, this is presupposition. It is not presuppositional. You just missed the point of my argument. See above. All right. Let's continue. No, I understand the theory is just fine. It's you who do not understand the scientific method works. Starts with hypothesis. Okay, I already went over this earlier about hypothesis. Okay, I'm not going to get a whole evolutionary debate with you. This has nothing to do with Christianity being true. Jonathan McClattchie, for example, is what is called a theistic evolutionist, not my position, in which case he believes the theory of evolution, but believes God had a hand in the process. The point being is that he is a Christian who believes in Christianity. The fact that he also believes in evolution didn't make him not a Christian. If you will convert to Christianity, it does not matter to me whether you believe that we come from something like an ape-like ancestor or not. I am more concerned where you are going to spend eternity. Now, understand something. I'm not saying it's not important at all. Obviously, I'm big on consistency, and I would like him to be a consistency. And if he does actually convert to Christianity, we can deal with his issues of evolution and the Big Bang later on down the road. But at the end of the day, those are not overruling factors to his eternal life. And I would like to him to come to Christianity. He can come to Christianity even if he believes in evolution and the Big Bang. There are Christians that believe in evolution and the Big Bang, like Jonathan McClattchie. There are Christians that believe in the Big Bang theory, but not evolution, like progressive creationists, like Hugh Ross, Michael Koda, William Lane Craig, and others, and even Lee Strobel. So I'm welcome. I would welcome him with open arms, even if he believed that we all came from monkeys. If he becomes a Christian, I will definitely accept that. As far as the CMB just supporting and not being used to prove the latest Big Bang of the universe, not understanding science, because I accused you of committing the policy of confirming the consequence, laugh out loud. Yes, that was me laughing at that. First, I understand science just fine. It is a methodology on how we understand the world around us. It is not an infallible entity. Affirming the consequence has nothing to do with an invalid argument, or has to do with making an invalid argument. Although predictions are often used to claim support for a theory, claiming that a theory or hypothesis is true, or even that you think it's true, supporting this consequence is committing this fallacy. Everyone makes arguments that can be evaluated, including scientists. Actually, there are good reasons for rejecting the Big Bang Theory, but I'm not going to get into that long discussion of this evidence. I do see the Big Bang as being very relevant to our discussion, or see what I say. Do not see the Big Bang as being very relevant to our discussion any more than evolution is. My point was that since evolution and Big Bang are not demonstratable, they cannot be used against the Bible's scientific accuracy unless you know how to build a time machine. Thus, the fact that you and others agree with the theory does not phase my argument here. DNA is information. We can define information. It is the message encoded inside our DNA that tells our body how to function. The trick that needs to be answered is how the information got there in the first place. Mutations work off the information that's already there. It does not create anything new. So where does this information come from? No known naturalistic mechanism can give rise to information. That is coming straight out of information science, not Behe. Why did you bring him up? Because he brought up Behe. I never even brought up Behe. Most people usually bring up Behe whenever we talk about irreducible complexity. Anyhow, I don't want us to get bogged down in the arguments of the existence of God, although there's a number of them, or the evidence of the existence of God, although there's quite a bit of evidence of that too. I am not a classical apologist. The existence of God can be easily inferred through Jesus' resurrection. Says, okay, I guess per our agreement, I'll respond to the zombie thing again because I'm doing this another round. So, um, so I see. I might not even go over this one. I'm kind of in a hurry. I'm gonna have to go to work soon. I'm trying to hurry to get this done. Again, I talk about arguments of silence. I already mentioned hundreds of people walking around. There weren't hundreds of people walking around. Again, what evidence do you have? Any of the Bibles from ancient world were just concerned with preaching, let alone the Gospels. I am not reading the modern biographical literary genre into the Gospels. And I talk about this. I studied Plutarch, Suetonius, and others. Ancient biographies didn't make up stories. They did highlight a person's moral character, but this doesn't mean they invented entire stories and made information up. They took liberties that we don't take today, that we don't normally take today. But as historians, we judge them by ancient standards. I absolutely agree with this, but this means that we judge what was considered historically reliable then. This does not mean that they recreated information and character claims that never happened as truth. I know I cited Michael Licona, a historian regarding ancient biographies, in my video link. I gave him a personal video link that I made specifically trying to explain my arguments to him. But I won't cite it here for this purpose of this debate. In order to accomplish, this is Michael Licona speaking, in order to accomplish his objective, Plutarch occasionally bends the facts to support a portrait that is largely true, though not always entirely so in the details. He does not bend to mislead his readers, but rather to emphasize an important, deeper truth, italicized. Truth is italicized. I can't italicize on here, so I'm trying to stay true to the quote, because Michael Licona does italicize the word, about his main character that readers can now grasp more fully and emulate. Like every biographer in his day, he had no commitment to preserve the facts with photographic accuracy or legal precision, nor would his intended readers have expected that of him or of any biographer. Accordingly, Plutarch's commitment to the truth in his lives is genuine but qualified. Like Licona, Why the Difference in the Gospels, What We Can Learn About Ancient Biography, page 17. I think we differ in what the historians are looking for as historical reliability. We are not talking about precision, but the picture they are painting is an accurate one. If you take a modern standard, such as them being precise as everything to be reliable, then you are inserting a modern standard into a historical source. I'm not doing that. I am reading them as they're intended, as they're intended. But you think that they were so concerned with preaching that they happened to make stuff up along the way. As long as they were preaching their message across, right? I say that's not how ancient biographies were written, and you think I am inserting a modern standard. Why? Because it doesn't agree with your thinking. You are living in the modern world, dude. No, this was not how ancient works were written. I have already, I've been like ancient biographies. I've already asked this at least once from you, but what evidence, actually, if it's about the preaching thing, I think it is, yeah. I've asked that more than once. Do you have the gospel writers were only concerned with preaching and not telling the truth? I have not yet seen any evidence demonstrated to me regarding this. Taking your argument to its fullest extent, we could not trust any ancient biographer from the ancient world, making their historical accuracies even more uncertain. Good thing professional historians don't think like you. Where do you think we get biographical information about anyone in the ancient world? We get some information from historical works, but most of it comes from ancient biographies. Without them, we would know next to nothing about figures from the ancient world. Okay, and then I'm responding to Burritt's list. So, because Burritt allegedly said this list, and it allegedly does not include their intent, was the right history, and makes it true. That makes it true. And I talk about Burritt's contribution. I already mentioned any. Anyhow, you have a bad track record with me for questionable and unreliable sources. The vast majority of your sources has come from the internet, some of them questionable websites. When you did cite books, you cite them from Google Books link. If I had to take an educated guess, I would say you don't have you don't have published sources, but it's strictly relying on information on the web. How do I need to know that the information you are using comes from a actual literary source in the hand versus a list of useless checklists that some skeptic's website is feeding you about the book? Okay. All right. Said, okay, wow. Let's see. You attacked the integrity of one of my sources and threw a whole lot of internet articles at me. Ha, I'm going to have fun with this one. I said, first, I am aware of the exception area on logicallyfallacious.com, but did you miss the part where no evidence is available? I mentioned all this. I'm going to kind of skip over it because I already mentioned it. Okay. Okay, and I mentioned evidence over here. And I mentioned evidence for from those early church fathers, where I distinctly recall events. Okay, this is quoting him. Conversation with John, Polycarp. Then we recall events of time better than recent years for what we learn in childhood keeps pace with growing mind and becomes part of it, so that I can tell the very place where the blessed Polycarp used to sit in discourses, goings out and coming in the character of his life, his bodily appearance. This is referring to appearance of inches. Polycarp, he sat at the feet of the disciples. It's a quote where he sat at the very feet of the, Polycarp is telling Irenaeus that he sat at the very feet of the disciples, and he's telling what he had learned from the disciples and that he had taken it by heart. And said the point being that bias does not force them to lie about where they got their information. If biases do not guarantee them lying, then Polycarp tells them that he got his information from Polycarp, who sat at the feet of the disciples themselves. You can argue that Irenaeus is lying, which I think is Bart Ehrman's view, but what evidence would you present that is the case? All of this combined clearly indicate indicative of evidence or indicate evidence. Although all of them are biased sources, the combination of them seems to make the idea that they're biases are going to present them as unreliable sources. Therefore, attacking their biases doesn't make you guilty of circumstantial ad hominem, or does make you guilty of circumstantial ad hominem. Because he's presenting them as unreliable sources when you have no reason to believe that they're unreliable. Second, you appeal to authority with your sources. The fact that there are people that are claiming it does not make it true. Okay, let's move forward. No, they don't. Even before Moses did a single miracle, Jews were following him. I mentioned that. You were speaking about Lee Strobel, but although I was citing from his work, I already mentioned that. My point was to long to submit, so I submitted in another part. This is part 2 of that reply to that post. As for Lee Strobel, most of his resources are focused on interviewing scholars. I already mentioned a lot of that, and I was appalled at him when he says a known liar. He's not a known liar. I already mentioned reasons to question that claim. Better sources. I said it's for my need to get better sources. Laugh out loud. Ha. Yes, that's me laughing again. So far, the bulk of your sources has come from the internet. You don't need to know where what you are talking about to publish online. I am not saying there isn't any good information online, but there are some lies, falsehoods, misleading, unreliable, and inaccurate information as well. My sources have come from credible sources in literary book form, published so it can be reviewed by others, and I have the physical copies of them in my hands. I only cite it from one website, logicallyfallacious.com, but the owner of the website now has his 300 or so logical fallacies published in a book called Logically Fallacious. You can buy the book at Amazon, and get this, I actually have the book paid for on Amazon now, and it's on its way to me, Logically Fallacious. I think it's by a guy named Dr. Bo Bennett, I believe his name is. I think you ought to take your advice, your own advice, take your advice on getting better sources and apply them to yourself. So far, I am not very impressed with your use of sources. And I said there are better studies out there, and I talked about the Christian sources on that and what Dr. Kenny Brown referenced in the case of miracles. She actually gave some information about that. Miracles are not determined by someone growing limb back. I already mentioned that. Bonnie is still committing the slippery slope fallacy, even if you're not committing genetic fallacy. I already mentioned that. He's still committing the slippery slope fallacy either way. Remember, we had to repeat a lot of our arguments hundreds of times. That's why I'm kind of skimming through this, because I've already talked about it. Again, not on par with the New Testament. There are no moon splitting miracles. I think, no, I wasn't quoting him. There are no moon splitting miracles that are being witnessed. Call me old fashioned, but isn't there an eyewitness? In order for them to have witnessed, they would have needed to see it, not just hear about it from Muhammad in the form of a story. And this is not an eyewitness account. This is why I say you have double standards. You think that the Gospels are made up these stories floating around, and this is why you reject them as eyewitness testimony or rejecting eyewitness testimony. But Muhammad allegedly tells a story to some of his followers about him splitting the moon, and you are all for thinking that it's based upon eyewitness testimony. And again, one standard you have for the Quran and another standard for the New Testament. These things are not far apart either, since both are relying on stories told by another. Now, of course, there is no evidence at all the gospel is being based on stories floating around by Jesus. This is just what he thinks. It's pure conjecture, though, about the gospels, not about the Quran, because the Quran actually tells us, or not the Quran itself, but the Hadith, the Islamic old tradition literature that was put into written form, that is accepted by Islam as being true, and of course their history and the composition of the Quran and so forth. And the evidence of them being based upon eyewitness testimony is strong, talking about the Gospels. Also, the resurrection is far earlier than the Gospels, as I already tried and tell you since the beginning of our debate, but I don't think you're quite grasping the situation. We have an early creed in 1 Corinthians 15. I've already gone over this creedal passage so many times. I'm just going to skip over it. All right. Now he's coming back. Well, no, he's actually, he replies before it's his time to reply. He said, the quality of your replies are getting worse by the second. It's disappointing, frankly. No, it isn't. I end up coming back, said my replies are good, and I have already answered your question, providing the evidence for it. I later ended up coming back, and I think I understood a little bit more what he was asking, so I ended up applying more, but I am not applying this clarification. You will, nothing new, okay. All right. I got to hurry up with this. Part one of my replies concerning Bar Ehrman and other matters. Again, you don't understand my argument. I try to explain again what I mean on Bar Ehrman about his credentials. It is not a self-refuting argument, namely because you misrepresented what I was arguing. I was saying that someone with a biblical studies degree or textual criticism degree can't count as an authority. I wasn't saying that it can't count as authority. I said their academic credentials need to be in the area they specialize in and are talking about for me to know that they know what they're talking about. I think he kind of got that eventually. Also, I never said Bart Ehrman is not a historian. Okay, I already mentioned that. Okay, I'm quoting him here. Let's go forward. I never said it was found by Ehrman's publication. Okay, yeah, I said in debate, I already dealt with that. I'm not applying double standards. I have the same from day one of our debate that we have to look at the specifics of the case. If Papillon's Tiana is recognized by scholars as a genre of historical novel, and his work dates over 100 years later and is not set within living memory, which you seem to agree with, which you end up contradicting afterwards. and has questionable sources. How is that a double standard? Once again, you are applying the double standard, not me. You are talking a modern view of reliability, taking a modern view of reliability, which you think is a mixture of fictional, and applying it to the Gospels and other ancient biographies. Also keep in mind, and that's a big if, the Appalachiana was a biography, it would not classify under the specialized subset of being a Greco-Roman biography written within the period of living memory where the sources are far better. I will have to continue this in the post, okay, part 2. About applies concerning Bob Ehrman and other matters. However, Apollon's Fatiana is not a biography, as almost all scholars contend. Its length is all wrong. And it does blend fictional elements with the biographical, which is another reason why we know it's not an ancient biography. The Greek word for life is not the usual Greek word for life that is used bioi, but the Greek word that is translated things about, Keener Christian biography, page 46. You also took Craig Keener out of context. I already mentioned all that. Okay, let's go forward. Living memory was what they call eyewitness of an event. I already talked about that. There's strong evidence for the miracle claims of the Gospels, but it is not just eyewitness testimony, although that is part of it. Remember, not everyone concedes to the Gospels being based on eyewitness testimony, especially non-Christian scholars, but they do concede Jesus being known as a miracle worker. I talked about that. 3, for your first sub point, I have already done this early on when I first started talking about the Gospels, actual genre classification. I will not repeat it here. I'm talking about repeating the evidence. I repeated it we counted like 3 times, right? And he's still saying I didn't provide any evidence for this, and I did. True Richard Bird's already dealt with this. Traditional view is supported by evidence. Instead of repeating myself, I just see the evidence that I had presented in the previous post. Yes, it can be if a scholar like Richard Kerr or even Bart Ehrman, and he does it too, and talking about the Bible as evidence. I referenced that as well. This is one general apply, but also make it an official apply to your unofficial reply. That's what he applied. And I talked about this already, that even though I can't prove historically that Jesus was the Son of God, but I can, because historians just like the tools to deal with theological constructs, and that's a theological construct. I can prove, that doesn't mean I can't prove it all. I can still prove it. I just have to use a different methodology, a different type of discipline. It can be proven on theological grounds. But I can prove that historically that Jesus called himself God and that his earliest followers believed him to be God, and that I can prove historically. Going down, okay. Said tomb with Rolling Stone, although the reply wasn't long, and mine probably won't be either. I am looking forward to responding to this one. Okay, let's get to it. One, it probably should have mentioned this in the first go around, but it commits the argument from silence policy. It does commit that. Archaeologists have not found, number 1 and 4, I already mentioned all this argument. The Gospels don't say any royals purchased Jesus' tomb, but it does mention Joseph of Arimathea buried Jesus in that context in the wording. I already mentioned this. We were on the subject of the evidence you had without appealing to authorities or majority or the dating of Mark's Gospel. It's historicity. So I don't know why he brings that up. So moving forward, this is not true said about ancient biographies, but I have already dealt with this rejection more than once, and I don't want to repeat myself. I hate repeating myself, and I had to repeat myself lots of times in this debate. Again, you're citing scholars with no evidence. Yeah, that's exactly the commonplace. I never said that John would establish historical truths. I already dealt with that. I have already dealt with the subject matter of Apollons of Tiam more than once, including once in very explicit details. If I respond to that crack about miracles, even though I have already referenced this as well, the miracle counts for Stratus's work. Notice the sake of argument and the fact, for the sake of argument, and the fact that I have already dealt with this, I am, for the moment, putting aside the fact that the source is over 100 years after he lived and beyond living memory, are way too close to the miracles of Jesus. In fact, In many cases, the miracles are almost identical. This is why most scholars think that Apollonius had borrowed from the gospel stories and apply these miracles to Apollonius Tiana, which is my view as well. Again, no evidence is beyond examination, no double standards involved. All right, okay. Says, okay, in this pose, we're I'm accused of a straw man, but straw man really was on the other foot. I already mentioned this, I didn't omit anything. Your reference miracles was in another post. You were actually strawmanning me, since I said that was my argument, nor my view in that way. No one on the argument about the Son of God reverence. There is no true parallel with Muhammad. Nobody witnessed the moon splitting thing. The Quran existed in memories of its followers, told us stories about Muhammad. My epistemology is not weak. I have the same standard to judge the Bible as I do the Quran, but the Quran is not meeting the standard the Bible has. There really is no double standard. I reject the Quran by the same standard that I accept the Bible, and do so consistently. I am very consistent. Plutarch says in it, that his parallel lives contain myths, that he was Plutarch's reference to not writing history. I already mentioned all this. You said that we get history when we see a pattern methodological writing. I already mentioned all that. By all means, let's talk biographies. Name one instance in all the parallel lives would be an example of Plutarch mixing history and myth. I said that the miracle claims of the Gospels were so strong that even skeptics agreed that Jesus was strongly believed, even in the earliest followers, to have done deeds to astonish crowds and his followers. Really don't understand your Pentecostal reference, but Pentecostals are Christians, and I am one of those Christians who still believes that God performed miracles today, so I don't see the relevance of your comment. Again, though, slippery slope fallacy. Why would them doing miracles lead to me accepting everything they say? That's not that's an invalid argument. What do you mean by genuine? You mean to exist? What he said to be true? This is a part that I don't get when you're asking. I don't understand what he's asking a little bit more later. All right. This is about the circle argument again. While you need lessons in Hebrew, who in the world is Christ's voice, and why is that even relevant to our discussion? The Hebrew word kag translates as vault, which is a reference to the vault of the heavens in Jewish reckoning, which is the space surrounding earth, thus circular. I had the wrong terminology for vault before. I had to go deeper. Most Bible translations translate kag as circle, but that is the closest it can translate in English. In Hebrew, it does not mean flat or disc. Compass is not a good translation for it. By the way, I follow the link, laugh out loud. You're basing your translation on Hebrew, on how the King James translations translated it. Translate a translation of the Bible that was translated in 1611. The word, Hebrew word, is correctly translated as circle. The real question is how in the world do you get flat disc? And the errors, let's see. The errors keep on coming, like loud. How do I respond to your post where you start out talking about the gospel preaching and propaganda stuff? You think people make up trying real hard not to laugh. Oh, yeah, because all preachers make stuff up when they're trying to preach what they believe to be is the truth. Where are you getting this stuff from? A comic book? All sources were written with a purpose in mind, therefore all sources are biased. Does this mean we can't trust anything in history? Most people will lie because they favor their biases, or most people will not lie because they favor their biases. Although some do, most don't usually, or because they think they are right. I already responded to the biography thing many times, even count. More times than I can count. Well, we know at least 3. Biographers, especially those writing in the period of time called living memory, intend to write history. They might not have always written it that way. We moderns write it, but they wanted to many details as possible, true details as possible. What they're talking about is a deliberate blending of truth and what you're talking about is a deliberate blending of truth and fictional, which is actually a different genre we have already gone over. The historical novels in the ancient world, these blend fact and fiction, not biographies. Multiple attestation has nothing to do with bias. I already talked about that. Yeah, like I never heard this one before. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Usually people use this assertion when they are talking about miracles or Jesus' resurrection, not rather the gospel writers were telling the truth. Hardly something to call Ripley's Believe It or Not over. You can see I'm having lots of fun with this. Anyhow, this is actually subjective. What constitutes extraordinary and who sets the standard is Matt Dillahunty's standard, then nothing can pass it because of how he sets his epistemology up. Besides, for the resurrection, we have it in the form of an early creed, extraordinary to the historian because it dates within a few years of the events, when it's common for our sources to be hundreds of years after the fact. A creed within a few years is absolutely amazing. Anyhow, the gospel's bias, not forcing them to lie, is not extraordinary at all. Yes, we have. I'll already respond to this. Okay, it's not overruling evidence. Talk about that. Bias doesn't make the source unreliable, and neither does the early church. What reason would they bestow the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? I talked about this already. I agree. You need a reliable evidence. For your New Testament, Quran connection argument doesn't work. I am using the same standard as both, but the Quran isn't passing it. You've been seen as lying. I already dealt with that. Paul speaks of a physical resurrection. He represents Romans 8. Talked about that. Reference Galatians 1:12. Actually, I was mistaken about 1:12. It was actually 1:16. He corrects me later in his rebuttal, and I asked him for clarification. And then I checked him out and I said, yeah, you're right. It's 1:16. 1:12 also mentioned revealed. It's in the same context, but basically it's using the same Greek word and the same argument, same rebuttal that still applies to it. Taking a better look at a lot of what you wrote, I think I had already applied to this before, but I will post what I already have and leave the rest for others to view in other replies did. Okay. All right, my Quran's alleged eyewitness accounts, say the best for last. I am responding to a response to applied connection. Basically, it's same way, and this is interesting. Look what I did. He asked me which Sahara. It said this is made in context of my revision. I take the liberty of actually looking up the Hadith that said it and got it straight out of the Hadith literature, which I quoted it here. It's it was quoted verbatim by James White. Sahih al-Bukhari 6:510, all caps added for me. Now put then he puts the story up here and look at the capitalization. They differ about the book Quran as Jews and Christians before. And so Uthman sent a messenger to Hafsa saying, send us the manuscripts of the Quran so that we may compile the Quran material copy of manuscripts. And he goes further, he goes, order that all other Quran materials, whether written in fragment manuscripts or whole copies, be burnt. Okay, this is reference to the manuscripts. Let's see, where was it? Written in fragment or whole copy, be burnt. And then apparently you don't know much about the Quran as possible. Yes, where is, see, I'm trying to find it. Let's say, okay, this revision, I think they differ about the Quran, and this, and that's the manuscripts of the Quran, so the manuscripts, so send, okay, here it is. To rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. This is what he says. In other words, we're going, because all these others are unity. What they mean by perfect copies, have a one that doesn't differ at all. And so rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. Usman said the three, okay, and written by framing manuscripts, so whole copies be burnt. Talking about what happened in the Usmanic revision. All right. This is one of the reasons why I think there's a language barrier between, because he put in there, he says, so that Quran, by your own logic, has authentic miracle. It's like you didn't even hear a word I said. This is one of the reasons why I think there's a language barrier between us, I will say something completely else and perhaps not even on the same topic matter. And in your head, you hear something completely different. There's nowhere in the same ballpark, nowhere on the same planet for that matter. If I said I like ice cream, it's like you hear I like jumping out of airplanes. You don't actually seem to hear what I am saying. Nowhere in my logic does it follow that Muhammad must have done miracles. In fact, my entire argument in this post you're applying to is refuting the idea that his miracles were based upon eyewitness reports. The fact that Muhammad is telling these stories to his followers who memorized what he said, not what they saw, and then from their memories, they reconstruct the original Quran to reconstruct how in the world does that equate to Muhammad's alleged miracles being testified to? Uh, and so they never saw him do these things. At best, they can only witness to what Muhammad said he did, not testify to the event itself. What is the point of this? This is him talking, quote from it. You know, what's been point of this, Jesus already dealt with this already. All right. All right. I'm going to, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do a part 7 of this. I'm just going, because I have to get to work now, and I will continue this later. this, this is in the Gospels either.